Everybody, we'll be getting started here soon. Again, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. We'll be getting started here in just a few minutes. All right, just noticed I think I was on mute. So, welcome everyone to the stream. Happy Friday evening. Hope everybody is doing well. Excited for the weekend. Just tracking some severe weather this evening. We're going to be focusing mainly in on the Midwest area, but we do also have a slight risk area down in the Wichita, Tulsa area, Fort Smith, Springfield, that squarish area, rectangular actually. And we'll be taking a look at these storms as they develop throughout the evening. Currently, we have 19 severe thunderstorm warnings across the nation. We won't be looking at all of them, actually 20 now. We won't be looking at all of them, but we will be focusing in on some of them. We'll be keeping an eye on them. And if it warrants a good review, we'll be definitely taking a look at those. So once again, welcome to the stream, everyone. Let us know how you're doing. Let us know how it sounds in the chat. We did some changes here. I made some changes to the audio today, hoping that this sounds better than my last streams. So feel free to let me know. I greatly appreciate it. Let me know where you're coming from as well. We'll take a look at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings right now in the slight risk area, see how they're doing. We're gonna zoom in on those a little bit closer here. Take a look at those. I am going to go ahead and turn off the slight risk and moderate risk area outlooks just to kind of clean it up a little bit easier to see things. All right, so taking a look here at our first severe thunderstorm warning that we currently have ongoing. So currently we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Wichita, severe thunderstorm warning for several locations in the Wichita area until 6:45 Central Time, about a half hour to go from now. Biggest hazard here, obviously, we can see here is that 70 mile an hour per hour wind gusts. Definitely have a little bit of hail in that. Not seeing too much on the velocity here, but again, does have possible 70 mile an hour wind gusts there. So definitely keep an eye on that if you're in that area. If you're wondering what the little plus signs are, that is our lightning detection. We can see where the lightning intensity is. The darker the color, the longer ago it was for the lightning strike. You can see we have several other severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up throughout the area now. Currently 21 out there. I have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings over here near Eureka Springs, Rogers, Berryville. Looks like a less populated area here. A couple different severe thunderstorm warnings, 6 mile an hour winds. Biggest thing is going to be your hail, though, 1.5 inch hail. Definitely keep an eye out if you're in that area. We do have another line of severe thunderstorms over to our east. See a nice line forming here with this into motion. Some broken up storms here. But again, we do have a few different severe thunderstorm warnings, all for about 60 mile an hour winds. Again, that whole line there. Once again, we are looking at until about 7:45 Eastern time from Bristol area all the way down to, taking a look here, we also have the Huntsville, Alabama area. So in between those two locations, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings that have popped up. Again, all of those are going until about 7:45-ish. Several other severe thunderstorm warnings have just recently been issued as well. Taking a look at this one over here, you can see we have one in remaining until 6:30 for Armstrong in southeastern Randall and northwestern Donley counties. This is over in Texas. Good line of storms forming over here as well. Another area that I am keeping an eye on is up here in the Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, northern Illinois area, as there has been an initiation of storms coming across Lake Michigan. So we'll be keeping an eye on these throughout the evening as well. So once again, for those that just joined, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here. Let us know where you're coming from in the chat. Love to know where everyone is. If you have any questions, feel free to place them in the chat. We'll do our best to answer for you. so once again, we do have clusters of storms throughout the United States here. We do have some storms in the central, southern, and eastern areas. Quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. Just keeping an eye on everything to see how things progress throughout the evening. Also watching an area up here in the Midwest, or Michigan, Wisconsin, and northern Illinois. So we'll be with you throughout the evening. If you have any questions, feel free to let us know. Also, let us know where you're coming from. Once again, welcome everyone to the stream here this evening on this Friday, wonderful evening. Tracking some severe weather this evening throughout the country here. We have some in the central, southern, eastern, and we're also watching an area up in the Midwest as well. There are a lot of different clusters of storms out there. If you put on the full radar here, we can see where those are. Again, in the Midwest area, central, southern, and the eastern. So we're just taking a look at all the different severe thunderstorm warnings that are out there, keeping an eye on things. Not expecting like any major tornado outbreak or anything like that tonight, although there is that possibility for a potential spin up in any of these storms. Specifically looking at the central here, Wichita, Topeka, Springfield, Fayetteville, possibly even St. Louis as the night progresses. So we'll be taking a look at that throughout the evening. Keep an eye on all of these storms for you. Feel free to chime in on the chat with any comments that you have about the weather in your area. Let us know where you're watching from. Would love to know where everyone's coming from. And again, we're also going to be focusing in on areas as they develop. So taking a look here just to let you all know what we are technically really watching here. Looking at our severe weather outlook. What we can see here is we do have a marginal severe weather potential in a very large area from the Midwest, Central Plains area. But another big area to watch out for right in the central here. Again, that Wichita, Springfield, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, possibly even over, like I had mentioned earlier, to Springfield. Maybe even Memphis as the night goes on, but we'll see how these progress a little ways down the road. But ultimately, we do have a slight risk area in those locations that I just called out. So again, let us know where you're coming from in the chat. Love to hear from everyone, see how you're doing on this wonderful Friday evening. Hopefully you have wonderful plans set up for the weekend, and we're hoping that the weather does not affect those for you. And if they do, hopefully not too long lived, you can get back into your activities. Looks like we have some very nice weather for the weekend coming up. You can also take a look at our upcoming futurecast as well here in just a moment. We'll take a look at a couple different models and see what to expect. I'm just waiting for some more folks to join on the stream here this evening. Once again, my name is Tim. I'm going to be with you throughout the evening as we monitor the ongoing severe weather outbreak here. Again, mostly severe weather potential more than anything. We can see currently we have 20 different severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of these. Again, not anticipating a major tornado outbreak of any sort, but a potential for a spin up here or there. So we'll keep an eye on that. If we do have a tornado warning that does get issued, we will do our best to zero in on that. And if there are several, we'll do our best to cover all of them as much as possible. So again, feel free to let us know where you're watching from. And if you have any questions, feel free to let us know. Again, my name is Tim. Welcome to the stream. All right, I'm just going to take a gander at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings once again, see how things are going. We do have a pretty good severe thunderstorm warning right in the central area. Galesburg, Thaler, Sycamore, Stark, Erie, all of these locations that you can see on the radar currently. Outlined in the yellow box there again is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, as we do have wind gusts potential of up to 70 miles an hour. So taking a look here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Wilson County in southeastern Kansas, northern Labette County in southeastern Kansas, Neshoe County in southeastern Kansas, and northeastern Montgomery County, also in southeastern Kansas, until 6:45 this evening. So going for about another 18 minutes or so. Very well could be extended on down as these as this cluster of storms is moving. According to the National Weather Service here, they are moving to the southeast, and the movement here is at 60 miles, east at 60 miles an hour. So if we take a look here at the radar in motion, say east, does look like they might be building a little bit to the southeast as well. Let's put a little bit of a track on this and see where we're going. So again, 60 miles an hour. So upcoming locations to be ready for this. Again, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's pretty substantial. I can definitely do some damage. I can definitely rip shingles off houses. Can easily knock down trees and power lines and so forth. Parsons in about 7 minutes, so probably knocking on your door. You can probably see that already. Hayden in about 8 minutes. South Mound in 10 minutes. Laneville in about 16 minutes. Strauss, if I pronounce that, in about 18 minutes. Getting into the 20-minute mark here at McCoon. We're also looking at Sherman, also in about 20 minutes. Monmouth in about 26 minutes. West Mineral in about 27 minutes. Cookdale in about 30 minutes. Filler in about 30 minutes as well. And taking a look a little further down here, Skidmore in about 33 minutes, Turk in about 33 minutes, 34 minutes for Daisy Hill. Again, we can keep looking down the line here. About a half hour out, 40 minutes out for Pittsburgh there. Quaker, in about 39, 40 minutes. And I scroll down here, you can see there's plenty of other locations in the path here, but we're looking at 45 minutes to an hour out. So you're in the path of this, keep an eye on this for sure. Those locations that I mentioned early on there, again, you should be preparing for this storm to be coming in, get into an interior building, into the inside of that building, the center if you can. Again, with 70 mile an hour winds, damage definitely can be done. Again, we don't have a huge potential for tornadoes, but we're always keeping an eye out for those, especially when we have severe thunderstorms, especially when we have a strong one like this. At any point, one could easily spin up. We do want to keep an eye on that for us. Taking a look at a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings in the area here. Berryville, Eureka Springs, just to the south of you, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Hinsville to the north of you there, anywhere in between there. Taking a look at the write-up from the National Weather Service. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7 p.m. for east central Benton, northwestern Madison, and southwestern Carroll counties. All of this is in Arkansas. Again, going until 7 o'clock. 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter size hail moving east at about 30 miles an hour. And it does look like more is building up in front of that. So even though that's 30 miles an hour, you could come into contact with the storm a little sooner due to the fact that it is building out in front of it. So be ready for that. once again, just taking a look at the different severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently out there. We have about 12 now, so several have been allowed to expire. No new ones have been issued in front of some of those storms, which is good news. That's always good news. Rather just see a nice garden variety thunderstorm with some nice rain and maybe some lightning and thunder, especially on a nice Friday evening when you're trying to relax and calm down for the evening. A lot of people do like the sound of that. So keep the wind out of it, even better. All right, welcome to the stream again, everyone. Again, my name is Tim. We're just watching for severe weather this evening throughout the Midwest, Central Plains, Eastern, and Southern locations. We have a slight risk of severe weather in the Wichita, Springfield to Fort Smith, Tulsa areas, and anywhere in between. Take a look at that once again here at our severe weather outlook for today. Again, that slight risk area outlined in yellow there. We also have a marginal outlook for severe weather that is going from the Midwest, Michigan area, all the way down to Alabama, again back to Kentucky. I'm sorry, not Kentucky, Kansas, and on up. So lots to pay attention to this evening. We already have some severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Not expecting any major like tornado outbreak or anything, but ultimately, at any time we have severe thunderstorms, we always want to keep an eye on the potential for tornadoes. But again, it's not very likely. But we will be keeping an eye on the severe thunderstorm warnings, as those are important to keep an eye on as well. We have a couple different severe thunderstorm warnings that are producing some pretty good winds and or hail. So we can take a look at, there's one here that was actually a little bit stronger just recently. Take off the outlook there for you really quick. So did have a little bit larger storm. Has actually weakened a little bit here near Parsons. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect until 6:45, so about another 5 minutes or so. Again, we are looking at location of Kansas, Galesburg, around Parsons as well. This is moving southeast at 45 miles an hour, so this did get an update on it. It was trekking at about 60 miles an hour not too long ago, so that's always good news. Take a look here. At about 45 miles an hour. Oops. There we go. So we can see we have several locations in the path of this storm that are coming up. Strauss in about 5 minutes, West Mineral in about 15 minutes, Cookdale in about 20 minutes, Stripville in about 22 minutes or so, Fleming in about 25 minutes, Atlas in about 30 minutes, Crestline in about 35 minutes. And the list goes on, obviously, as we scroll. But if you are in the path of this storm, please know that it is starting to weaken a little bit. However, because it is on its way towards you, I would highly recommend being ready for it, as these storms could easily cycle and become strong once again. If you're in the path of this storm, find an interior room inside of a home, away from windows, so that you can be safe. And there is some hail with this, but more so the wind is going to be the factor. It did have 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts not too long ago, so definitely something to keep in mind. All right, so what we were waiting for and wondering if this might happen, another area that I was really watching for this evening is the Midwest area. Was looking at some write-ups from the National Weather Service. Even though there's not a slight risk in this area, there was the call out of a potential, a small chance of potential tornado or two. Very small chance though, like really small. But one of the things that I've noticed in the northern Illinois, southern Michigan areas this summer is we've had a lot of spin in the atmosphere when we weren't expecting it. So we're keeping an eye on this area potentially for this evening, along with that slight risk area down in Kansas and so forth. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued in Illinois here. Take a look at this for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And the National Weather Service in Chicago has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern LaSalle County in north central Illinois, southeastern Ogle County in north central Illinois, eastern Lee County in north central Illinois, and southern DeKalb County in north central Illinois until 7:15 Central Time. So again, we're looking at 60-mile-an-hour winds. There is a little bit of hail. Looks like relatively small hail, though. And I did just hear a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings come through. So let's take a look at those. By the way, if you are hearing that noise on the stream, I believe you are. So every time we hear that, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning or one that's been updated. So we are aware of it and we can take a look at it. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina and one in Texas as well. Take a look at that North Carolina one. This is just a continuation of a line that has been rolling through the North Carolina area. And taking a look here, National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for McDowell, northern Rutherford, north central Polk, southwestern Caldwell, southeastern Macomb, and Burke County, again, all in North Carolina until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning that did just pop up in the Illinois area. Once again, let's go take a look at that once again. So the one that we were just looking at a moment ago, just to the north of that one, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in northeastern DeKalb County and northwestern Kane County, both in Illinois, until 7:15 Central Time. Severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that is producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts moving east at 35 miles an hour. And folks, this is what I was talking about earlier. Right here, we have a tornado possible tag. We have a tornado possible tag on this one. So let's take a look at our radar high-res velocity. And sure enough, look at this, folks. We are looking at a potential spin here. Put this into motion and see what's happening just like that, so quick. And again, this is what I was wondering might happen tonight. We can see that just south of Hampshire, just to the southeast of Genoa. So let's just do this, folks. If you're in the path of this storm, because even though it's not tornado warned at this time, I am highly going to recommend that you get into an interior home, interior room of your home, I should say, or to the basement if you have a basement. Just due to the fact that at any time when we have something like this, we can easily have quick spin-ups, meaning there could be a potential for a tornado and we don't even see it on radar. All right, just because of the fact that it happens so fast, but for such a short amount of time. The scan only happens every few minutes. So if there's a tornado in between those scans, unfortunately, we're not going to see it. So let's treat it like there is one. So this is going to be moving 35 miles an hour, sorry, to the east. So let's take a look and put a track on this. Oops, let me grab that other tool. There we go. So 35 miles an hour. Not sure why my computer keeps doing that. There we go. All right. So Burlington in about 6 minutes. North Plateau in about 14 minutes. Starks in about 15 minutes. Plateau Center in about 17 minutes. McQueen in about 21. Bowes in about 21 minutes. Gilbert's in about 23 minutes. Youngsdale in about 25 minutes. Elgin in about 25. Let's see here. West Dundee in about 28 minutes. Pullman in about 30 minutes. East Dundee in about 30 minutes. And Sutton in about 38 minutes or so. It says 37, about 37, 38 minutes. Let's see here. Streamwood in about 38 minutes. South Barrington in about 40 minutes. Hoffman Estates in about 41 minutes. Hanover Park in about 42 minutes. So we'll stop there with reading them off here. We'll see where the rotation is here soon in about 10 minutes or so, we'll do another track on it as time progresses for sure. We're going to keep an eye on this. Another thing we can also look at too is not only the velocity, but I can also look at my correlation coefficient. That will help see if there's debris in the air. So if there is a tornado on the ground, it will pick up debris, especially if it's in a populated location, which this does appear to be relatively populated. As I zoom in, I can definitely see homes and so forth on the map there. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient at this time, but definitely the velocity scan is worth keeping an eye on for sure. All right, so there we go. We just have a new radar scan. Take a look at how this changed. So it's kind of opened up a little bit in regards to width of that velocity. It's definitely pushing forward there. A little bit more than what it was before. Still strong though. We are going to keep an eye on that. We do have another storm again, that other severe thunderstorm warning also in Illinois. Keeping an eye on that. That looks more like broad, just wind. Taking a look at the velocity scan here. We have some pretty strong winds with this one. 50, 60 mile an hour winds, possibly 70 mile an hour winds. According to the National Weather Service, 60 mile an hour wind gusts is what that was warranted for. So there you go. You can see the blues there. Those blues are your 60 mile an hour winds, 50 to 60 mile an hour, that is. Same with this other one up here in Burlington, Illinois. This one in Burlington, Illinois, because of how tight it is, I'm keeping an eye on this. Now, good news is it is a little bit wider than what it was before. So that's good news. Again, just keeping an eye on our storm here in Illinois. We do currently have about 14 severe thunderstorm warnings out there at this time. I am going to keep an eye on this one, though, in Illinois. Taking a look at a couple of those other severe thunderstorm warnings that we currently have, again, down in the central. Taking a look at a couple of these here, see how they're doing. This one has some hail with it. 1 inch in diameter hail. Taking a look here, National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Grant County until 7:15 Central Time. So again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Another one here with quarter-size hail. This one is in western Washita County in western Oklahoma and southeastern Peckham County in western Oklahoma until 7:30 Central Time. Again, looking like hail is starting to pick up a little bit with some of these storms. Definitely something to keep an eye on for sure. Another one here in southern Hemphill County in the panhandle of Texas until 7:45, again for that quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Coming back up here to Illinois, again, we're taking a look at this and keeping an eye on this severe thunderstorm warning that does have the tag for possible tornado on it. Let's take a look at our most recent radar scan of our velocity. And the good news is we do have a weakening of the winds there. They are no longer as strong as they were before. Much lighter blues. Still strong wind for sure. We're going to keep an eye on that. But definitely not as dark as it was before, and it's also much broader. So I have this other severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of that one that we were just watching. Again, also in Illinois, northern Illinois, near Lee, Shabona, Waterman, Hinckley, Big Rock. All of you are in the path of this storm. Again, this does have a history of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And I would not be surprised if it was even closer to 70. So definitely something to keep an eye on for sure as it continues to move to the east. No rotation with that one, just really broad wind field there. Again, welcome to the stream, everyone. We are currently tracking severe thunderstorms throughout the U.S. in the Midwest, Central, Eastern, and Southern locations. Currently have about 13 severe thunderstorm warnings that are active. Are watching a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in Illinois that do have a little bit stronger winds with them, and also a possible tornado tag on one of them. Again, we're keeping an eye on this particular storm right here in northern Illinois for northeastern DeKalb County and northwestern Kane County until 7:15 Central Time. Earlier, not too much longer, long ago, I should say, it did have a pretty good possible rotation on it. Since then, it has definitely weakened and broadened. We put this into motion for you. You can see that real quick, just for a couple scans where we did have some possible rotation that was developing. Again, we can see right here. So 3 different scans where we had some possible rotation that was developing, and then it weakened as it passed Burlington and has now really broadened out, which is good news. So that's definitely a really good news. All right, folks, we can see that they did just continue that severe thunderstorm warning for the one that did have that possible tornado tag on it. They're continuing that possible tornado tag with the next severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at this one here. So the severe thunderstorm warning for northern Kane County, northern DuPage County, and northwestern Cook County until 7:45 Central Time. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Again, potential for a tornado. Again, that rotation did really weaken. If there was any rotation there, it did not look like much to begin with originally, but it was tightening up and then let go. So that's good news for that, but there is still some strong winds. We can see this little protrude here. Looks like a backward C, so that's definitely pushing some wind with this storm. We can even see that little backward C on the radar reflectivity as well. All right, folks, I'm going to be right back. I have a dog that needs my attention. Hold on. All right. I am back. I am back. All right. So, got a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings that have crept up while I had stepped away. Let's take a look at those real briefly here. And we'll continue on here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. This one is for Kendall County in northeastern Illinois, northeastern LaSalle County, northwestern Will County, southeastern DeKalb, southeastern Kane, and southwestern DuPage until 7:45 Central Time. Actually, that one just expired. Sorry, wrong one. Let's try this again. Here we go. This is the one we want. Nope, that was the one I was looking at. Okay, so until 7:45 Central Time. I actually was thinking it was an hour later than that, so apologize. But we are all set there. So again, 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail potential with that. Again, looking at a nice little wind field here. Take a look at our radar velocity scan. We can see that wind field right here near Hinckley, Big Rock, Sugar Grove. It's on its way to you. Be ready for that again. Top 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe closer to 70 in some areas. Still looking at this one up here near South Elgin, Wayne, South St. Charles. This did have a possible spin earlier. There is a possible tornado tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we'll keep an eye on that, but not seeing hardly any rotation at this time. Still have a lot of severe thunderstorm warning that are down in the southern and central locations of the United States here, and even on the eastern side here. Oh, actually, we just have one now. Looks like the rest were allowed to expire, which is good news. Looks like that line may be starting to fizzle out just a little bit, which is good news. Coming back here into Oklahoma and Texas and even Kansas just had a new one just pop up here. All right, so this is a little bit more potent, 60-mile-an-hour winds, but what we're looking at, though, is the potential for over an inch in diameter of hail, half-dollar size hail, that is, until 8:15 Central Time for northern Howley County. That's a pretty good one there. Relatively large hail, half-dollar size. It's pretty big, so definitely something to keep an eye on if you are in that area or in the path of this storm. It is moving to the east. East at 40 miles an hour. Sorry, it took me a second to find the miles an hour there. 40 mile an hour. There you go. So Cambridge in about 12 minutes. Grand Summit in about 22 minutes. Granola in about 30 minutes. Elk Falls in about 51. And Grafton in about 56. So their thunderstorm warnings are just starting to pop up left and right. Take a look here. Got a new one here in North Carolina and South Carolina. It's a continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning that was already ongoing in that area. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Rutherford County in western North Carolina, Polk County, Cleveland, northern Spartanburg, and northwestern Cherokee, all in North and upstate South Carolina until 9:15 Eastern Time for 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. I'm going to go back to this one that's over by Chicago. Yeah, we do have that possible tornado tag. I want to see what this is looking like, see if we've tightened any rotation. Oh no, that rotation is actually completely gone. Now we're just dealing with some wind here, possibly 60-mile-an-hour winds, 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that's really good news. Really good news. Love seeing that. Now the storm to the south, though, I just noticed as it's moving to the east, we did just get a little bit of an influx of wind at the front edge of that line there. We have some 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds, possibly almost 70, embedded in that storm as well, the backside of it. So we can see this. I'm noticing we have a little bit of an outflow boundary that has started to push in front of our storm here. That's actually good news. It means that the storm is actually starting to weaken a little bit on the backside. So in time, it will actually weaken. Just to the east of Sandwich, I just noticed something on the radar there. And the velocity kind of backs it up a little bit. Possible a little bit of a weak spin right there. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Again, Sandwich in Illinois, just to the east, that is. So if you are in Plano, Yorkville, we'll be keeping an eye on that for you as it continues to push east. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning already for 60-mile-an-hour winds, so definitely something to pay attention to if you are in the path of this storm. Again, as we talked about earlier, anytime we have severe thunderstorms, at any point those storms could easily start rotating. And in this area, there was earlier a little bit of talk about the potential for a possible tornado in the northeastern Illinois, southwestern portions of Michigan there. So definitely keeping an eye on that for tonight. And we did already see a little bit of rotation. Again, it was very weak, didn't materialize to anything, didn't see anything on radar where we may have had a tornado or something. It was very weak. But definitely keeping an eye on these storms as they continue to push off to the east. Once again, welcome to the stream for those that just joined. My name is Tim. I'm just tracking severe weather this evening throughout the United States in the Midwest, Central, and Southern and Eastern, I should also say, portions. Although the Eastern is just a couple severe thunderstorm warnings now. Maybe it looks like a third one just popped up there in Alabama. But overall, though, keep an eye on the Central, Southern, and Midwestern locations for the possible of severe weather. As we can see, we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings out there already, but also keep an eye on the potential, very small potential of a possible spin-up tornado in the Midwest area. Our slight risk is down here in the Wichita, Springfield, Bella Vista, Fort Smith, Tulsa areas. Not a very big area for severe weather outlook. There was a slight risk issued by the National Weather Service, but there was also a little bit of talk of possible spin-up potential of a weak, brief tornado up in the northern Illinois, southern Michigan area. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. So again, welcome to the stream. Let us know where you're watching from. Love to see where everyone's coming in from. Do appreciate you joining us this Friday evening. Welcome to the weekend. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in the Cherokee County until 7:45 Central Time, which is about another 18 minutes or so. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, $half size hail. So we talked about this one earlier, but now it's at 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So definitely something to pay attention to. If you are in this area, taking a look here, Columbus, Pitcher, Baxter Springs, Lowell, in all Kansas, and then moving into Oklahoma. I'm sorry, those were areas were in Kansas. Then Oklahoma, again, Pitcher is actually in Oklahoma. Sorry, Commerce, Quapaw, Miami. All of these locations, by the way, are in Oklahoma, and this storm is heading towards you with 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and $half size hail. This is definitely going to do some damage, more so on the wind side, and that 70-mile-an-hour winds moving that size of hail around can definitely do some damage. So if you are outside, get indoors. If you are in your home, I would recommend getting to the interior room with no windows, as this hail can definitely do some damage to the windows. And once those windows are busted with 70-mile-an-hour winds, you could potentially have other things coming through as well. So definitely recommend seeking shelter if you're in the path of this storm. Go back up here to our storm that we're tracking in Illinois, and that has that possible tornado tag on it. Let's see what our winds are looking like. Yeah, our winds have definitely calmed down for sure. Looking at that little bit of possible rotation, that is, in the southern severe thunderstorm warning there. That looks like that's also weekend as well, which is good news. New severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Severe thunderstorm warning for Catawba, southwestern Alexander, western Lincoln, southeastern Caldwell, northeastern Cleveland, northwestern Gaston, southeastern Burke, all in North Carolina until 9:30 Eastern Time. Again, this is for 60-mile-an-hour winds. For just looks like small hail, pea-sized hail. Sorry, penny size actually. All right, love seeing the chats coming through here. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Check out Illinois. Absolutely right. We've been keeping an eye on that severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you for chatting there. I believe it's Shrek there. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Love seeing the chats coming in. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on this. It does have a possible tornado tag on it. But the good news is I'm not seeing any rotation like we were earlier. So if I play the radar here, we can actually see this. Let me back it up even a little further. So if we start when this storm moved into the area, we can see all the way back here in Burlington, just to the west of Burlington, there was definitely some rotation. Then, as it continued to move, that rotation weakened, and now we can see that there's pretty much nothing there. And then even if we look at the radar reflectivity, we can even see that that storm has really fallen apart as well. In fact, they even just shortened up the severe thunderstorm warning there a little bit more. But you can see it did have a really good hook on it there for a split second. And then it had a bow echo. And now it has really kind of fizzled out and widened and congealed with other storms that formed, it looks like, possibly in front of it. So we'll still keep an eye on it for sure. When it comes to these storms in the Midwest area, one of the things I've been keeping an eye on is the potential for a possible tornado. So again, that rotation does appear to have dissipated, which is good news. Shrek said that not likely for a tornado because it's very windy. Yeah, definitely got some wind for sure. That severe thunderstorm warning does have the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds on it. But that rotation seems to have dissipated quite a bit. I did select a different radar. That's a short range radar. There's a few of these in the United States. Usually they're closer to your airports and so forth. This one is showing still just a little bit of oomph in a sense, but still nothing to warrant at this time. What I am looking at though is in Aurora with that short range radar. We can see here we do have a little bit of wind there, not rotation, just a little bit stronger wind field, 60-70-mile-an-hour winds. Looks like coming through Aurora, already passed actually on its way to Naperville. So thank you, Shrek. Appreciate that chat in. Yeah, in the chat there also from Shrek. Thank you. You're very welcome as well. Do appreciate your chats there. Glad we could help you out. So again, currently we have 12 severe thunderstorm warnings that are going on. We do have a couple different warnings that are definitely impressive that are tagged as considerable for the damage threat. Let's take a look at one of these here in Kansas, Cowley. That has actually just been, it looks like it was upgraded now to 2-inch hail in 70-mile-an-hour winds. So let's take a look at that. I was actually wondering if that original estimate of the hail size might have been a little small. I didn't say anything, to be honest with you, just because it's a little hard to tell sometimes, but National Weather Service is saying that we do have some pretty large hail with this one. Again, 2-inch in diameter is huge. Specifically, they're saying lime size. If anybody has a lime in their fridge, go grab it. You'll know how big that hail is. But taking a look here, though, this is moving off to the east is southeast, 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Definitely get indoors for this one. This is huge hail. It could definitely damage roofs, windows, siding, and much more, especially your vehicle and so forth. So this is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So not moving very fast. So let's take a look at this. Southeast, 30 miles an hour. Let's put a track on this. Here is our track. So Hoosier in about 11 minutes. Cedar Vale in about 25 minutes. Layton in about 35 minutes. Hewins in about 38 minutes. Gibbs in 40 minutes. Elgin in about 53 minutes or so. So definitely, if you are in the path of this storm, please seek shelter. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds is nothing to play around with. Get indoors. If you're in a vehicle, get out of that vehicle, get indoors. That hail could easily damage your windshield and so much more. So definitely get indoors, get out of the path of this if you can. Otherwise, seek shelter in the nearest building possible. Yes, thank you, Shrek, for that comment there. Absolutely right. You feel bad for those that are in the path of this storm here. Again, 70-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail. We did have another storm that did have a considerable tag on it. Let's take a look at that one. We have a new update here for that one in Cherokee. I'm going to stay on that for just a moment. They just upgraded this to a destructive, damaging tag. Destructive, damaging tag. Again, 2-inch hail now with 80-mile-an-hour winds. Folks, that is tornado force winds. All right. 80-mile-an-hour winds is no joke. If you are outdoors, get indoors immediately if you are in the path of this. If I just called out your locations, please, please, please get indoors and get out of the path of this. Again, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Looking at our radar velocity, we can see where that wind is. So let's put a new track on this. Not a lot in front of this, thankfully. Osro, not sure if I'm saying that right. In about 45 minutes, that's our only location that is pulling out here. But let's put a little bit bigger track on this. We'll go up to the north just a little bit and do 30 miles an hour. Are they still tracking this at 30? I wonder if this is actually sped up. Nope, still saying southeast at 30 miles an hour. So here we go. Here's some more locations for you. I put the track a little further north on that. Dexter in about 14 minutes. Hoosier in about 25 minutes. Looking at Cedar Vale in about 40 minutes. Layton in about 50 minutes. So again, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. 80-mile-an-hour winds. They did just back down to 70. But still, very large hail, very strong winds, nothing to play around with for sure. So please, 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 if you're in the path of this storm, please seek shelter. And actually, you know what? I just noticed. Here we go. Here's another one right here. This is the storm that actually has that destructive tag on it. I'm sorry. I thought I was looking at the right one. My sincere apologies. Let's jump over to this one here and take a look at it. Here we go. So just south of Columbus, Baxter Springs, Pitcher, Oklahoma. Again, take a look at, turn that one off there. Take a look at how fast this one is moving. Southeast at 40 miles an hour, destructive storm for northern Ottawa County. Again, we're looking at Kansas and Oklahoma here on the border. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail. So I'm noticing we have an uptick in hail size with these storms as they continue to progress this evening. I think that's going to be something that we need to be keeping an eye on. Let's put a track on this here. Again, looking at 40 miles an hour moving southeast. So this storm here is has the tag of destructive. The other one we were looking at is also extremely strong on the borderline of destructive. So if you're in the path of that one, still seek shelter though. Don't take that any less. The one that we're looking at right now on the border of Kansas and Oklahoma, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour, going to be in Peoria in about 7 minutes. May already start feeling those effects already as I'm putting this just a little bit behind the leading edge of that because the stronger portion is up near Pitcher currently. Racing in about 20 minutes, Westview in about 22 minutes. Again, this could come in just a little sooner than that, just so you're aware. Dessa in about 23 minutes. Let's take a look as Belfast, 25 minutes. Goodman in about 35 minutes. Erie in about 38 minutes. Granby in about 40 minutes. Christopher in about 40 minutes. Aroma also 40. Sweetwater, McNatt, and Boulder City also in about 40 minutes. Stark City in about 47 minutes. Stella in about 50 minutes. And Longview also in about 50 minutes. So quite a few locations in the path of this storm. Projected population, which by the way could be a little low. We're looking at about 75,000. I say a little bit low because that storm is a little wider than what the initial part of my track is. So obviously there's more being affected than what is inside the track. And if you're in those locations or near those locations, please seek shelter immediately, as you do have a destructive and powerful storm headed your way. Again, 80 miles an hour is no joke. That is seriously like just about tornado strength, if not a like EF0 strength. Take a look at the chat here. Thank you so much, Shrek, for the conversation in the chats. I do appreciate it. Your friend from the area there is saying they are in a shelter and the winds are really bad, like in Columbus. Hey, that's awesome. I'm so glad that you're getting a hold of those people. That's why we do this stream, folks. We want to keep everybody aware of what's going on, even if it's not in your area. You may have friends, family in the path of these storms. Definitely something to take into consideration. Folks, we do now have that storm that I was looking at. We can now see does have, to believe, let me double check here. So we have 2 severe storms now that have a destructive tag on them. So again, the one that was in Oklahoma here, let's take a look at this one. Again, we were just looking at that one. So once again, Kansas and Oklahoma. So both of these storms have that destructive tag on them. And then we also have just below that destructive damage threat is a considerable damage threat. We were looking at that earlier for another storm, but we have one in Colorado. That one has about 4 minutes left on the warning here. Let's take a look at that one here. Sorry, we're kind of all over the place here, but again, try to touch on all of these bigger ones as they start to roll in. Or so it looks like 60 to 70 mile an hour winds with this storm here. To just get an update on the radar there. Definitely hail in there. Again, considerable damage threat on this one until 7 p.m. for southeastern Los Animas County in southeastern Colorado. Then we also have that's the same one. Try to get this other one here. This one expires here in just a couple moments, but would not surprise me if they extend this. Just looking at the potential for hail with this one, more so of a hail. Does have a possible tornado tag on that one there, but I did not see any rotation currently. A little track on this, see what or run on this here. Possibly was looking at that right there. Okay, so definitely keeping an eye on that for sure. Going to jump back over, keep an eye on this other one here. Again, that has that destructive tag on it. There we go. So we can see that these severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to expire for the one that has the destructive tag on it. However, I do believe they would probably extend this. In fact, actually they did. Here's a new warning right here. Expires in 1 hour. Let's take a look at this one here. Again, National Weather Service in Springfield has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Cherokee County in Kansas, Newton County in southwestern Missouri, McDonald County in southwestern Missouri. Now we're going into Missouri, all right, until 8:45 Central Time. Destructive storm. This has 80 mile an hour wind gusts and 2-inch hail. Oh, good, good. Glad to hear that, Shrek. Thanks so much for letting us know. They're in Oswego, Illinois. Calming down there, not as bad. Again, we did have some storms up in that area that did have a possible tornado tag on them originally. We can take a look here really quick at those storms once again. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Chicago and west of Chicago. Taking a look here, National Weather Service saying 60-mile-an-hour winds, small hail possible, but more so on the wind aspect. This storm earlier did have some possible rotation with it. So we're so grateful to see that that rotation is no longer there. Looking as it's getting closer to the radar again, we're also looking lower and lower in the atmosphere. So that rotation could have been quite high up. So good news there. Looks like things are starting to calm down a little bit. Again, that storm, though, is still moving to the east. Keep an eye on that one. You have some storms that are starting to form in Michigan. Again, that's another area that we were keeping an eye on for possible rotation with storms this evening. Not seeing anything right now. Let's go back and take a look at that storm that is in Oklahoma and Missouri. So we can see this helps us kind of see where the hail is in this radar. This is the vertically integrated liquid map. And wherever we see that gray there, that's really large hail. All right. No doubt about that. All right. Maxes out the potential of our coverage range as to how much we can see. So what we're looking at here is it's at the top of the scale for intensity on this particular radar. And huge hail there for sure. Again, they were calling for 2-inch lime size hail. Again, if you have a lime at home, go take a look at it. Quite large. Think about that hitting your house, let alone your your windows. You're out in your car. That's very bad as well. In fact, just had a radar scan update. New possible large hail out forming out in front of that. Another storm also down in Anderson, also forming with some really large hail with that one already as well. So more to come on these two storms. I'm going to be interested, actually 3 possibly storms here. Good news is, though, is it does look like that hail might be calming back down. Another thing that we look at is on the radar reflectivity. We can see if we have purples, the darker the purple and turning into blues, that's really strong reflectivity, meaning the beam is coming back to the radar very strong. And usually it's because it's connecting with some very big object, whether it be extremely large raindrops. Last I knew, raindrops don't get that big. So typically when you start to see those purples and those blues, that's when you're looking at hail. All right. So we can definitely see that on radar. But again, we have a couple different things we can look at for the potential for hail inside of a storm. Yeah, Shrek, Fred has damage, especially to the car. Ooh, sorry to hear about that. Hopefully they have really good insurance to cover that hail damage. I'm sure they're not the only ones. If they have any pictures, have them send them your way. Be interested to see what those look like. You can always send those here to me as well. If you're wondering where you can send those, I do have Twitter, well, technically X. You can send it there if you'd like. That tag is going to be, sorry, I haven't used it in so long. I'm going to be honest with you. It's been a minute since I've gone on to Twitter. Let's take a look at my handle. I think it's Timmer2005. I'll tell you for sure here in just a second. Yep, Timmer2005 is my handle. So if you want to send that to me, you are more than welcome to do so. So again, 80-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch in diameter hail. And this is a destructive storm. Once again, if for those of you that are in Oklahoma, Missouri, on the border there, this storm is moving through. Very large hail. In fact, we have folks that are mentioning that they have damage due to the hail. So we know that it's there. It also has been reported by law enforcement as well, per the write-up from the National Weather Service. So we know it's there. We're not just seeing it on radar. So again, if you are in the path of this storm, please seek shelter. Anderson, Ginger Blue, Pineville, Goodman, all in the path of this storm. Neosho, Fairview, Wheaton. Again, if you're in the path, take shelter, please. All right, let's see what else we got going on out here. Again, we have currently 13 severe thunderstorm warnings throughout the United States. We did have that one that we were taking a look at over by Chicago. It is still there. This one currently is due to expire in about 25 minutes. This storm has really lightened up, which is great news to see as it's continuing to march off to the east. And as I had mentioned, there was that outflow that was being pushed out in front of that storm, and I was expecting that storm to continue to weaken because of that. And sure enough, it has started to do that. We can even see it on radar that it has definitely weakened. So again, just keeping an eye on these storms down here in Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas, as they are all definitely doing some damage down there. We have some considerable, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and we also have the destructive one that we've been really keeping an eye on over here in the border of Oklahoma and Missouri. And we can definitely see that hail on radar via the vertically integrated liquid radar. And again, if we take a look at the reflectivity as well, we can still see some purples in there just a little bit. Definitely not as much as what there was earlier. So that's good news. Hopefully this hail has started to completely fall out of the storm and is not continuing to build. But still, the potential for hail is there. Again, we can still see that on the vertically integrated liquid radar. Again, where we see the grays, the really light, darker gray area. Kind of backwards there, sorry. Lighter gray area. In fact, even if we were to see the strength of it, it actually maxes out the meter there. So definitely some large hail for sure. That's good to hear. The storm there in Illinois has really weakened. That's great to hear. I was actually kind of getting a little concerned about that when that rotation was moving. We have a tornado warning, folks. We have a tornado warning. Tornado warning in effect for Arizona. Pima, Arizona. Let's take a look at that. All the way off to the west. So in Arizona, National Weather Service in Tucson has issued a tornado warning for south central Pima County in southeastern Arizona. This goes until 6:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles northwest of Arvika, I think is how I pronounce it, or even 27 miles west of Tubac, moving northwest at 20 miles an hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail potential, radar indicated. So, not a confirmed one. However, there is the possibility for one to be coming down at any moment. So, if you're in this area, please seek shelter immediately. If you have a basement, that's going to be the best place to go. If you do not have a basement, please get to the interior part of your room, away from windows. If you have a bathroom, typically that's the best place to go, into the tub. Again, we can see this here on radar. Again, there is the potential for a possible tornado. This is on the outskirts of the radar there. And not too far out, I guess. Far enough out that we're looking pretty high up into this storm. Not seeing anything currently. Although if I look at the base velocity, we do see something right here. Here we go. You can see that better now. I'm wondering if this is what they're looking at right here. And there's an update, and that completely died out there. And definitely weekend. Still the potential, though. Might not be able to see it on radar as it continues to move further away from radar. So if you're in this area, definitely seek shelter. All right, do you have a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings that have just appeared? One in Colorado and another one in Kansas. Take a look at the one in Colorado. That does have a considerable tag on it for damage threat. 2-inch hail with 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is a continuation of the previous severe thunderstorm warning that's out there. National Weather Service in Pueblo has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Las Animas County until 7:45 p.m. Looking at 2-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. 2-inch hail. That is large hail, folks. Lime size. If I had a lime in the fridge, I would go grab it and show you what that looks like. And we still have this ongoing severe thunderstorm here in Missouri and Oklahoma border for that destructive tag with 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and that 2-inch hail. Although, good news is, looks like they've updated it. Now they're saying 1.75-inch golf ball size hail. Still quite large. Definitely can still do damage. And did have someone in the chat here. Thank you so much again, Shrek, for letting us know what's going on in that area. Sounds like you have a friend in the area. Said that they had some damage to their vehicle due to the hail. So we know it's there. Once again, I do want to thank everyone who is on the stream here this evening. Welcome for those that just recently joined. Happy Friday evening. Welcome to the weekend. Hopefully you're having a great evening. You're in the path of these storms. That's what we're here for, is to help you out. If you know someone in the path of these storms, please definitely reach out to them, let them know what's coming. A lot of times, when people hear about a thunderstorm warning, they say, it's just a severe thunderstorm, and they just go about their day. And I will say, in a lot of cases, you're probably okay. I mean, most of your thunderstorms are, on the weaker side of, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yes, it can definitely do damage. But what we typically don't see, though, is like 2-inch hail or the 80-mile-an-hour winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds. That can definitely become very destructive very quickly. And if you're outside in that can be very dangerous. Even if you're in a vehicle, that vehicle can sustain the damage and cause you to, unfortunately, have an accident because of it. Think about it. Your windshield, right? Your windshield, if it's been cracked due to hail, multiple hits of hail, you obviously may not be able to see out of that window anymore. So obviously that can become very dangerous. So if you are out driving, please, pull off, get into the nearest building. If you're near a gas station, that's going to be a great place to go. Wait for that storm to pass until you continue on. We did hear of some folks having damage to their windshields in their vehicles because of that hail. So definitely seek shelter for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely, Shrek. Thank you so much. Yeah, for that call out there, right? Definitely do not drive in hail, even high winds, right? Because you just never know what might be coming down in front of you if there's a thunderstorm warning, especially with the ones we've been looking at tonight, 70, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, easily could blow a tree down in front of you while you're driving, especially as we get into the evening here. It's starting to get darker. It's getting darker earlier, folks. I just realized that. I was getting up this morning and I realized it got lighter much later than usual. So, and I'm looking out right now and going, wow, it's getting dark out already. And normally it's still quite light. So fall time is not too far off, and we know what's coming after that. So those of us that are in the north, we know what's coming. So enjoy this last part of summer as we can. We're halfway through August here, and September usually a lot of times does have warmer weather, typically at the beginning portion for those of us in the northern hemisphere, northern portion I should say. And looks like that might happen this year. So pretty good to see that we're gonna have some warmer weather in September. Hopefully that stays true. Again, that's all future, right? All due to change. All right, let's jump back down and take a look at some of these storms here. Let's touch on that tornado warning again in Arizona and see if we can see anything different now. I'm seeing a possible little bit of rotation here. Take a look at our correlation coefficient, see if we can see anything on radar. I'm personally not seeing anything at this moment, but we are kind of far from the radar. So with that, we are looking pretty high up into the storm at this time. So again, if you are in this area, please seek shelter if you have not done so already. If you're in the path of this storm as it continues to move, please seek shelter. Let's take a look at this again. Tornado warning for south central Pima County in southeastern Arizona until 6:30 Mountain Standard Time. And this is a tornado with quarter-size hail, radar indicated. So definitely seek shelter at this time. if you have not done so already. If you are in the path of this tornado warning, please be ready to seek shelter now as it is moving towards you. Taking a look here at the National Weather Service stating how fast this is moving. Northwest at 20 miles an hour. Northwest at 20 miles an hour. Let's put a little track on this here real quick. Moving off to the northwest at 20 miles an hour. Good news is it doesn't look like there's a whole lot in front of it. Total population, from what I outlined, only 118. It very well could be a little more than that, though. But if anyone is in these areas, definitely please seek shelter. Let's take a look here. Chuckson in 47 minutes. I'm going to go backwards here. Kahashi in 18 minutes. Pitocum in 17 minutes. And again, we can see the others there as well. So again, not a whole lot in front of it, thankfully. If anything is happening, there is a tornado on the ground. Hopefully it's not doing damage other than maybe ripping up some open land or some trees. All right, going back here, and again, just keeping an eye on our destructive severe thunderstorm warning here, as this is definitely something to keep an eye on. This storm has actually gotten a little bit larger, and if I put a little bit of a run on this, we can see there's storms out ahead of it that had formed and are now congealing with the main storm. And actually that's helping because it's actually taking energy from that storm. We can see the purples dissipating, no longer there. That's good news. I'm sure there's going to be another update from the National Weather here Service here real soon, and most likely we will see not only the wind threat but also the hail most likely come down as well. At least that's what we're hoping for. All right, I'm going to take another quick peek over here by Chicago. See how that severe thunderstorm warning is doing. All right, so taking a look here. Not seeing anything that's catching my attention right now. Although, Okina, do see something down here though. Let's zoom in on this a little bit and take a look at this. See what's happening. All right, so definitely something to keep an eye on. We do have an uptick in wind here on the radar velocity scan. '64, '69, '70. What's coming down to the ground here? We're not too far from the radar. Wondering how far we are with this that I'm looking at. We are about, there we go. That's not very far. 12 miles. Right, so 12 miles. There we go. There we go. Yeah, about 12 and a half miles. So not very far at all. So we're actually looking pretty low to the ground here. Not very high up into the storm. And to see that, Frankfurt, it's on its way. It's on your doorstep. So Frankfurt, this is coming towards you. Again, 60 plus mile an hour winds I'm calling here with this one, according to the radar velocity scan. Sorry, moving the mic there a little bit. But ultimately, Frankfurt, see who else is in the path here. We have Madison. Again, this appears to be moving off to the southeast-ish, east-southeast. And National Weather Service said this full storm was moving at 45 miles an hour. So let's put a track on that real quick. So we're looking at Lincoln Estates in about 5 minutes, Madison in about 9 minutes, Richton Park in about 10 minutes, University Park in 13, Olympia Fields in 13, Park Forest in 14, Chicago Heights in about 17 minutes, South Chicago Heights in about 17 minutes as well, and Steger, I think I said that right, in about 18 minutes. And we have a total population of around 130,000. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shrek. I love that call out there in the chat, right? If you're not in a tornado warning and just a severe thunderstorm warning, does not mean that you should not go in your shelter, because it could mean damaging winds and damaging hail and even flooding potential as well. Absolutely, right? We haven't really talked too much about the flooding potential here tonight, although there is always that chance if you get underneath a stronger cell that has very heavy rainfall. So like what's going through Frankfurt right now, very possible, right? If you're in a low-lying area, definitely some heavy rain in that area. Not issued that I know of. Let me double check here really quick and see. I did not have this on. Let's take a look. Flash flood warnings. There's only one out there right now. It's in Tennessee. So nothing in the Chicago area for flash flood warnings currently. These storms are moving right along, though, which is good news. So they're not staying put in one place for too long. But again, I am watching that radar velocity there near Frankfurt. Definitely concerning. Good news is it does look like it's weakened just a little bit with the newest scan. Yep, definitely has weakened a little bit, which is good news. Real good news. Look over here in Michigan. We did have some storms over here. Just looking to see if there's anything going on with those storms. And another area that we're keeping an eye on for the potential for rotation later on this evening as these storms continue to progress off to the east. So let's take a look here really quick while we have, I'm not seeing any new severe thunderstorm warnings or anything right now. We've pretty much covered just about everything that needs to be covered. Let's take a look at what's coming up. Let's see what the take a look at the HRRR future cast. I am going to turn off these weather alerts for just a moment. We'll run this really quick and then we'll turn those back on. So take a look at one of the most recent scans within the last hour or two. So this is our future cast, HRRR. You can see we do have some storms that are going to be moving through the Chicago area. Those are there right now. Nothing more after that, looks like, until tomorrow in the afternoon. Might have some reinitiation as this low pressure system continues to slowly make its way through the Midwest. A lot of stuff rotating around it, and as it gets down into the southern portion, it reignites with the moisture that's coming up from the south. Although that cold front itself is actually moving through right now as we speak. I believe the last I saw it was just off to the west of Chicago. And according to the radar, it's actually moved through already. So anything that initiates tomorrow is probably going to be more rain than anything, to be honest with you. All right, Joe, how you doing? Welcome to the chat and the live stream. Great to see you there. We've been looking at severe weather and also a tornado. We have a tornado down in Arizona we were looking at just a little bit ago. go back and look at that here in just a moment. But we're just looking at the HRRR radar here, a Futurecast, that is. Sorry, not radar, Futurecast. See that line pushing through that we're monitoring right now, pushing through Michigan overnight, 12 a.m. We're really going to be keeping an eye on as the HRRR does show it intensifying as it gets into Michigan. So we're going to keep an eye on this for several more hours here. It's only 9:15 Eastern time, so we're looking at midnight, 1 o'clock. We'll have a few hours to go. And again, more initiation tomorrow in the afternoon. Again, this is probably going to be more garden variety storms, rain than anything. Not expecting anything severe tomorrow in the Midwest area. We are expecting some storms down in the southern locations. All right, let's jump back into our radar here and take a look at what we got going on for severe weather. Let's see if anything new has populated. We'll have our tornado warning down there in Arizona due to expire in about 15 minutes. Take a look at this here, see if we see anything on radar. Still just seeing some really broad rotation, nothing too concerning currently at this time. Again, still radar indicated rotation, tornado with quarter-sized hail, moving northwest at 20 miles an hour. We had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings that we're keeping an eye on that had a destructive tag on them. The good news is I don't see any of those currently, but we still have considerable damage threat tags. So let's take a look at those here. Looks like our hail has come down in size, which is good news. But we do have one that still does have some large hail there in Kansas, Montgomery, Kansas. 1.75 inch hail. Here we go. That's just to the south of impedance for that hail core. Again, this is moving off to the east, southeast, that is, sorry, southeast. Going to be coming through Liberty here real soon. Coffeyville after that. Again, this did have a considerable damage threat with 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. Moving off to the, again, southeast at 35 miles an hour. So let's take a look at the track on this here real quick. And locations impacted are going to be Avian in about 10 minutes, Coffeyville in about 15 minutes, Goleta in about 25, Sanders in about 45, and Hollow in about 50 minutes. Absolutely, Shrek. Yes, we have been definitely watching that for sure. The wind and the hail here with all these storms this evening. Let's take a look at another one here. This is our newest one here in Arizona. Sorry, not Arizona, Arkansas. My apologies. This is our newest one here. Get rid of that. There we go. Again, a considerable tag with this one for damage threat with 1 inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. According to the National Weather Service, thunderstorm warning for Benton County, East Central Delaware County, both in Arkansas and Oklahoma, so right on the border there, until 9 p.m. Central Time. Again, moving southeast at 45 mile an hour with 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Let's take a look at this. 45 mile an hour. Put a track on that for everyone. Bella Vista in about 9 minutes. Bennoville in 17. Little Flock in 21. Rogers in 25. Prairie Creek in about 28 minutes. Cross Hollow in 28, Montini Shores and Montini in about 30 minutes, Beaver Shores in 31, Fresno in 30 minutes, Beacon Addition in 32, Clear Point in 33. So quite a bit of population in front of that storm. So again, we're looking at 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter size hail. Definitely a lot smaller hail than what we were looking at earlier with some of our storms that we were looking at. We were looking at golf ball and even line size hail before, so much smaller. But ultimately, still want to be protected, so get inside with that. 70-mile-an-hour winds can definitely do some damage, for sure. Can take down trees, power lines, take shingles off homes, and even do damage to siding with that hail. Hey, that's good to hear, Shrek. The sun is come back out. Well, where I am located, I'm in Michigan. It is currently dark outside, so no more sun for me, even if it was no longer cloudy. Now we have another considerable tag here for McDonald and Newton, Missouri. This particular one here, 1-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, fires in about 25 minutes. Quarter size hail there. Again, the 70-mile-an-hour winds moving to our southeast at 45 miles an hour. So it's kind of the projection of all these storms down in this area, all moving southeast at about 40, 45 miles an hour. Jumping back up here, our storm that we've been monitoring that went through Chicago has now made its way onto the border of Illinois and Indiana. In fact, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is until 9 p.m. Central Time. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near Evergreen Park, near Peotone. And this is moving east at 45 miles an hour. Again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Not calling out anything for hail at this time, and I'm not seeing that either, which is good news. Maybe just some real small hail there near Homewood, Hazel Crest, Park Forest on its way, Ford Heights, Dyer might be in the path of that. We'll keep an eye on that hail threat. Might get bigger, might stay small. Not seeing anything currently that's too large to worry about. Shrek, guessing that fall is going to be active this year. That's a great call out. It very well could be, but it's hard to say. It all depends on really a couple things, right? How much moisture do we have coming up from the south, moving into the central and Midwest? How strong are the cold fronts that are going to be coming down from Canada this fall? And currently, from what I'm seeing, is there is a chance. There is a chance from what I'm watching, but I also am thinking too that we're going into a cooler pattern, and so a lot of our weather is going to be suppressed further south. Not saying that there won't be weather, because I think there still will be, but I don't think it's going to be as widespread, or as strong. Now, with that being said, though, there very well could be the potential for a one-off, right, here or there, where we could see a day where we have a severe weather outbreak, or possibly even several tornadoes. So more to come on that for sure. We'll definitely keep an eye on the future track weather for the fall time. I personally am thinking right now we're not going to see too much, but we'll see. We will see. This line we've been watching here in the Midwest, down there on the border. Again, we're keeping an eye on that as it continues to trek off to the east. That's very true. Fall is coming. Absolutely. All right, have a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Barry, Missouri. National Weather Service in Springfield has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Newton County, McDowell County, and Barry County in southwestern Missouri until 9:30. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This does have a considerable damage threat tag attached with it. So again, if you're in this area, please seek shelter. Very important to do so as these storms are continuing to move off to the east, southeast, more southeast than anything. Absolutely, Shrek, right? Definitely got to watch out for these storms as they continue to progress. We do have another considerable tag severe thunderstorm that was just issued. Taking a look here, this is for the one that was up in near Liberty. National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Craig County, northwestern Nowata County until 9:15. Again, golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Again, please seek shelter if you're in this area. Again, this storm is moving off to the southeast at 40 miles an hour. This is another one here we definitely are keeping an eye on for sure. Moving off to the southeast here at 40 miles an hour. What's in the path here? Hollow, you're in the path. Again, I think we talked about you earlier about another storm. In about 30 minutes. Centrilla, I think is how you pronounce that. 32 minutes. Cooklebur Flat in 38 minutes. Estella in 44. Blue Jacket in 48. White Oak in 52. Kelso in 52. Bonita in 54. Todd in 58. Big Cabin in 60 minutes. Success in 63. And you can see the rest as I scroll through here. All right. So as we continue taking a look at our severe weather coverage here, I'm going to zoom out and give us a chance to take a look at what's going on out here. There's some more severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up here, almost one right after another at this time. We do have a destructive damaging threat tag now associated with a storm in Kansas. We'll take a look at that one here that was just issued. This is actually just north of the one we were just looking at. So they're issuing it as a destructive. In Oklahoma, they're issuing it as a considerable. We'll see if they upgrade that. But again, 80-mile-an-hour winds, $half size hail. So again, a little bit smaller than what we were looking at earlier with the 2-inch line size hail, but still very, very large hail. $half is no joke. So again, destructive destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had several of those here tonight. That tornado warning that was going on in Arizona has been allowed to expire. So taking a look at some other storms in the area, let's jump back into our coverage here, taking a look at some of the other storms that we have going on. We currently have 12 active severe thunderstorm warnings from North Carolina, Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas, Illinois, Arizona, and Missouri. So we have several severe thunderstorm warnings all throughout. A lot of these have a considerable tag associated with them. So that's going to have 70-mile-an-hour winds, large hail potential. Some of these have inch and a quarter in diameter hail, so like golf ball size hail, ping pong size hail. A lot of them have just an inch, but again, we're looking more at that wind threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. When you start getting up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, definitely start seeing some destruction for sure. So definitely want to pay attention to that if you are in the path of these storms. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Shrek, there, taking a look at your chat there. If you have family in these areas, please let them know to get into shelter. Absolutely. So anywhere that we're talking about, if you have family, please give them a call, message them, whatever the case is. Definitely want to help everybody stay safe. That's why we're running this live stream here tonight. Don't run live streams that often just due to my schedule. Hoping to do these a little bit more often as time progresses. But did have a potential in my area for a possible tornado. So had some time tonight, wanted to jump on and provide some coverage for those that need it. A lot of people don't have access to TV, don't have access to a local weather station through their TV, and they might be outside of the range of the antenna, or might not be able to see it on their cable because they're just not there or available. We do like to just jump on here and provide just another way for people to receive notifications. So if you're liking the stream, please do us a solid favor and give us a thumbs up. We do appreciate it. Like this stream and subscribe to the channel. I do put other videos out there from time to time as well. So if you're interested in those, feel free to subscribe to the channel. Would appreciate that. Plus, anytime we go live, you'll then know about it. Turn that notification bell on and you'll be alerted. So currently we have 12 severe thunderstorm warnings out there. No tornado warnings at this time, which is great news. Let's take a look at a couple of these storms. So again, we still have a couple that are in a destructive, damaging threat tag. Let's take a look at our first one here that's expiring in about 27 minutes in Montgomery, Kansas. Let's see if we can see anything on the hail tracker, and also can we see anything for wind. Definitely have some wind. Obviously, they said 80-mile-an-hour winds according to the National Weather Service. Still have some pretty strong winds out there according to the radar velocity. A little distance from the radar, so we are looking a little bit up into the storm here. I'm seeing anywhere from 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds, maybe a 70 in there. There is that potential for greater winds. Again, what I can't see is lower in the atmosphere if something is closer to the ground that's coming down. This has a 70-mile-an-hour winds. This one up here is the 80-mile-an-hour wind. Again, destructive tag, $50 size hail. taking a look at our next one here in Kansas. Yep, that's the one that I actually just clicked on and talked about. And we have another one. Oh, nope, I thought we had 3 of them. Only 2. So that's good news. Good news. All right. Thank you, Shark. Just looking at your chats there. Let your family know in that part of Kansas. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Right. If they're in that area, let them know. Where do I think is going to be the most active this year? As in severe weather for the fall, or are we talking about like winter weather? Fall time. Okay. So I think the most active, to be honest with you, from what I've been seeing, is really going to be more in the south. I think the south is going to still experience severe weather this fall. I think the north is not going to experience too much. Another again, there could be that one-off as systems move through. We could have an influx of moisture come up from the Gulf, which could definitely help with maybe a day here or there. But even then, I don't think it's going to be too crazy. I think it'll just be like garden variety thunderstorms. I don't foresee that to be like a huge tornado or high level severe weather outbreak in the north. I do anticipate though in the southern though, still seeing some severe thunderstorms, some severe weather outbreaks, possibly another tornado outbreak. Um, but it just all depends. I mean, let's take a look at our future cast here. Let's take a look at some models. We'll look at our GFS. GFS is going to help us look pretty far out. So one thing to keep in mind, just as a reminder for anyone that's on here, if we're looking at future cast, this is literally a future potential. All right, not guaranteed to happen. All right, I have literally watched future cast show one thing one day, and the very next day it's no longer there. All right, we're literally looking like just a couple days out. So think about this. I'm going to be looking potentially at a week or 2 out here in just a moment, and possibly even further. So just keep in mind that again, this is future cast, not accurate in regards to guaranteed, right? Let's see what could potentially happen. All right, so this is our GFS. So let that load there for a second. There it goes. So as we roll forward here, you see we have a little bit of a line of storms here moving through here in just a couple days on the 18th, going into the south. Things kind of clear out. Have a cluster going through Minneapolis, Duluth up in the north there. Going to dive down through like Chicago area again. We're looking at the 22nd now. All is pretty quiet for the most part. Maybe have another system that'll move through the Green Bay area down through Michigan, Grand Rapids area into Detroit. And then as you can see, as we get further out here, it kind of gets a little bit more scattered. But ultimately, we can kind of see there is another system that's going to move through from the north, coming through all the way out in September 1st. So September 1st looks like there could be a pretty large system moving through the Midwest. I'm going to be honest with you, that very well probably won't happen. Just again, we're looking so far out. It could happen, but as time gets closer and closer, we'll get more accurate in regards to what we're seeing. So again, just future casting, right? We're looking at what could potentially happen. Now, if we want to see what's going to happen sooner, still future casting, so not guaranteed to happen. I love the HRRR and I love the NAM, or NAM, as some people will call it. But ultimately, this allows us to see a little bit more realistic, like what's going to happen within the next 24 hours. Specifically, actually, this even goes out only to 18 hours. Let's see here. Some of the runs on the HRRR will actually do 48 hours. That happens every so often. Don't quote me on this. I think it's every 6 or 12 runs, something like that, that will run through. So let's take a look here at the HRRR here. So starting at 8 o'clock Eastern time, so about an hour ago, but this gives me the whole run. The current run is still loading because that's going to end up being a 48-hour run. I don't think that's fully loaded yet, but a good portion of it is actually, I just noticed. So 18 hours is. So let's take a look here. So again, this is the line we've been watching here in the Midwest. Been watching these storms down here in Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas, Arkansas. As they roll forward, another thunderstorm warning just south of Wichita. But as they roll forward, you can see that line continuing to progress through Michigan, Indiana. It actually kind of grows and connects with that cluster of storms that have formed down there in Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas, so forth. But then they kind of quickly fade away. You see that cluster really gets going at tomorrow morning. Actually, that cluster continues to roll south, kind of turns more south than it does southeast. In fact, I was even already kind of seeing that with these storms earlier. But anyway, so as it dives south, it kind of dies out there. We can see that low pressure system up here in the Michigan area. That low pressure system is continuing to circulate, and there's showers and storms that will initiate around it. Anything that's on the back side of it, I'm anticipating that to be more of rain, possible storms. Don't think they're going to be on the severe side, though. Again, this is what we're looking at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. So about 24 hours from now. All right. So we still have some more of that run that needs to load before we can see everything for the next 48 hours. Right now, 26 hours have loaded of the 48. Just actually go out just a couple more than where we just were a moment ago. Again, we can see that low pressure. There's a pretty big low pressure moving through the Michigan area, which is producing these storms up there right now, and even those severe storms that move through Chicago. Speaking of this lineup here in Michigan, I want to take a look at these once again and see how they're doing. Not really seeing anything on the radar velocity there. Or I didn't see anything on the high res. I'm not seeing anything on the base velocity. Reflectivity, of course, showing us the rain and the storms that are moving through. This line is just continuing to progress off to the east. We'll see what happens once it gets to the lakeshore. Originally we were thinking that there could be some severe weather at the lakeshore. We'll see. We'll see. I did hear a couple severe thunderstorm warnings get issued as we were looking at the future cast there. See, just considerable damage tags on those. So again, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, all these locations are having those considerable damage threat tags. Kansas actually has that destructive tag still. Another 16 minutes. Take a look at this one in Arizona. We see that that's a continuation of that storm that's continuing to move south-southeast. A lot of lightning in there. All those plus signs are lightning, by the way. If it's yellow or orange, that means that it was older. The lightning happened a while ago. The white is most recent. Absolutely, Joe, right? Fall-like storm moving through here in Michigan. Absolutely agree with that 100%. Okay, so we may have had a quick spin. I just noticed on this storm right here. Central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma. There was a real brief spin potential right here. Those reds and those greens, and those blues right next to each other like that. Hard to tell on the radar correlation coefficient. It already had a bunch of stuff going on with it. Interesting. What caught my attention was this little backwards hook. Taking a look here, still looking at this storm here. The rotation that may have been there is definitely much weaker now. Interesting that there was nothing issued for that, to be honest with you. Again, that was very quick, though. Very quick. Keep an eye on this storm here. That was very interesting. See that hook there. And now it has a little bit of a hail core with it. So the hail went away, and now it came back. That hook is not as prevalent as what it was. Very interesting for sure. There's definitely a good hook right there. That's where we had our strongest velocity. All right. There. Very interesting for sure. So keep an eye on that one there. Good news is definitely not as strong as what it was. So if we take a look at some other storms here. We have some wind moving through with this storm. Golf ball size hail. So this is for northwestern Craig and northeastern Nowata counties in Oklahoma. Golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Outdoors in that one, definitely seek shelter. This storm is moving to the southeast at 40 miles an hour. Let's take a look at that. Excuse me. All right, so Crackle Burr in 14 minutes. Absolutely there. Shark, just saw your message there. Yeah, right. May have been a quick spin up. Absolutely. Kelso in 27 minutes. Todd in 33. Afton in 37. Success in 38. Bernice in 45. Sliera in 46 minutes. That's as much as I got. So, again, these are definitely moving off to the southeast. Not moving too terribly fast. So if you get underneath one of these storms, you're definitely going to be underneath it for a moment. I have definitely seen storms move faster, that's for sure. I was watching one not too long ago, 70 mile an hour, just trekking along at 70 mile an hour. It was crazy. Look at this. This one's got a little bit of an outflow now. So we're just looking at a little bit of outflow boundary there. That's good news. You can see that purple starting to die out there. Hopefully that means that storm is dying out. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Oklahoma. Oops. There we go. So this storm just fired up. And you notice something on radar here. This is something that I always love watching. So we have an outflow boundary. So you see this little green line here. Let me stop this here. This little green line right here. This little green line is what we call an outflow boundary. And this is produced by storms that push out and their energy gets going in front of the storm itself. And actually that outflow boundary tends to help the storm weaken and die out because it cools the air in front of the storm. Typically that storm will die out. Not always. But here's something interesting to pay attention to. That outflow boundary can also sometimes initiate more storms, especially if the conditions are right. And that's what we see that just happened. So just south of Bartlesville, watch this storm as this outflow boundary moves through. Look at that. Did you see it? That outflow boundary came through, and just shortly after, that storm initiated. That tells me there's a lot of energy down there still. A lot of warm moisture, and that outflow boundary is just doing nothing but stirring things up. It's kind of like if everything is stagnant and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of motion or movement, it creates tension, right? And all of a sudden things start moving around. Well, that'll create that storm, and that's exactly what just happened. Take a look at this storm over here. We were looking at this one a moment ago, Sage. 2-inch hail and 70 mile an hour wind gusts. It does have a considerable damage threat on it. I do believe this is the one I was looking at, and I said, hey, that had a hook on it. Still does have some rotation in there. I'm surprised. To be honest with you, the National Weather Service, yeah, wow, has not put a at least a tag on this to at least say, hey, a possible tornado. No tag on it yet. Very interesting. But 2-inch hail, lime size hail. Again, I'm going to have to get myself a lime for the next time we are on camera. I'll show you what a lime size looks like. Some pretty big hail. It's like, it's like this big. All right, that's a good size hail piece. All right, that'll do some damage. All right. All right, bear with me 1 second, folks. I'm going to jump over here to Michigan I'm getting reports that there is a festival going on right now. And with the incoming storms, they may be evacuating that festival. So I want to look at the radar, see what's going on here. Yeah, that's for sure, right? Shrek. So that festival is in the Muskegon area of Michigan. I'm not exactly sure where exactly it is, how far offshore it is, or away from shore, I should say. But definitely have a storm that is moving in, and they definitely have a lot of lightning. So I'm wondering if they're getting ready to evacuate for that. I'm thinking it's more for the lightning, to be honest with you. It's not severe warm at this time. Yeah, probably more for the lightning aspect. A lot of people outdoors want to get them out of there. And I don't know if it's like a low lying area or it could easily flood. That could be another thing concern too. So we'll keep an eye on it for sure for them. Absolutely, yeah. Sounds like they're getting ready to have everybody leave right now. All right. Did you just hear a new severe thunderstorm warning come through? Let's take a look at that. So down in Oklahoma, there it is. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1.5-inch ping pong ball size hail. National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Craig County, northeastern Delaware County, and Ottawa County in northeastern Oklahoma. This goes until 9:45 p.m. Central Time. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We said ping pong ball size hail. Look at our next one here that just popped up here, right beside it. Getting ready for this storm to continue to move to the southeast. This one is being warranted for 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail until 9:45 as well. So this storm is moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. This is the one where we were talking about that little tiny outflow boundary that had come out of it. I said, watch that purple. It's probably going to dissipate. Well, conditions down there must be really juicy because even this outflow boundary is not doing anything to disrupt these storms. Holy cow. All it did was just move. That hail core is still in there. Let's take a look at that really quick. There it is. This was about 10 minutes ago, so this is probably south, about right here now. Unfortunately, this radar does not update as often. You can see the last scan was at 9:50. You can see there's wind in there as well. Could also be being picked up with the hail. Sometimes a lot of hail can even cause it to look like it's stronger velocity than it really is. And at 50, 60 mile an hour there. I think your bigger issue is going to be the hail. They are saying 70-mile-an-hour winds, though, the National Weather Service. So definitely want to keep an eye on that for sure. If you're in the path of that storm, you're moving south-southeast at 45 miles an hour. So Kelso in 11 minutes, Todd in 17, Success in 21, Afton in 22, Bernice in 28, and Celoria in about 28. Not very large population, about 3,000. I do believe a lot of these places over here, though, have just been covered with storms, one right after another tonight for sure. I feel like some of those places I've called out 2 or 3 times already. Absolutely, Shrek, right? Don't be outside in the hail cord storms. That's for sure. All right. Oops. Again, good cluster of storms down here on the border of Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas. Go back up here to Michigan really quick. So I just got word that that festival might be closer to Grand Rapids. Just want to take a look and see if we have any update on these storms here. Not really seeing anything with those. Yeah, nothing on the velocity. Not seeing anything yet. Doesn't mean there's nothing coming, because obviously we can see that. So we'll see. Keep an eye on it. Oh, great question. Any tornadoes possible at the moment? So the only one that I was looking at earlier that had caught my attention was this one right here. There was no tag on it, but I was seeing the rotation on the radar velocity scan. Still see some there. Scan was at 9:58, so about 5 minutes ago. So this very well is definitely outdated. Take a look here, see if I can get a more up to date. 10:01. So this our base velocity is definitely showing a little bit more rotation here. Let's take a look and see if we see anything on the correlation coefficient. So it's very broad, and we were seeing this here already, even previously. I'm not going to say that that's like a debris or anything. I think that's just radar. Probably seeing the hail and stuff. There is quite a bit of hail in there. If we go down and look at our integrated liquid, again, huge hail core, right? Again, this is all the way back at 950, so about 15 minutes ago. But I can even see it on the reflectivity because of the purple, right? So I can see that purple that shows stronger returns. Stronger the returns typically means, we have hail in there, especially when it goes to purple and those blues. And that was the only one that I had seen. Take a gander here and see if I see anything else. And not seeing anything there. Over here to our cluster of storms that we've been watching for a while. Not seeing anything there other than just some definite heavy wind for sure. And again, we do have that tail core there. And again, that is a little outdated as well. Not sure why our vertically integrated liquid is not updating for some reason. With our Echo Tops. So our other products are not updating. Not entirely sure why. Not seeing anything there with that cluster of storms other than just some really strong wind, of course. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Montana. See, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Now they're saying hail is 1.25 half dollar size. I I would say this might be a little bigger, but they might be seeing something I can't see. But anywho, severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles southeast of Jordan, moving southeast at only 20 miles an hour. This again is in Montana. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and half dollar size hail. That blue just went away, but again, we still have a pretty good hail core there with that purple. You see that on the vertically integrated liquid there as well. That's a good storm right there, that's for sure. No rotation or anything like that I can see on radar. Definitely seeing some return of stronger winds, of course. Good. Calling 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, though. Good news is we don't have any damage threat of destructive anymore. That's good. Yeah, you're very welcome, Trek. See your message there. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. So for those that are still on the stream here, thank you so much for sticking around. We do appreciate it. We're going to stay on here for a little while longer as we do still have a line of storms moving into the Michigan area. And we are anticipating potential for severe weather in the Michigan area. Earlier in the National Weather Service write-up, they were talking about the potential of a possible tornado or two. Very small chance, though. Very small chance. So we are keeping an eye on that as these storms are starting to roll through the West Michigan area. We also just got word as well that there is a festival that's going on in the Grand Rapids area. And sounds like it's a pretty large festival. So we're going to keep an eye on the weather as it continues to move towards them. We are also just keeping track of severe weather tonight. The good news is we are not in any type of like tornado outbreak or anything, but we do have a lot of strong severe thunderstorms that are moving through the central area, southern portion of our U.S. here. We're looking at Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri currently, and even Arkansas, where they have several severe thunderstorm warnings, and some of them have been destructive in nature, as in 80-mile-an-hour winds with 2-inch hail, specifically even called out lime-sized hail from the National Weather Service, which is quite large in a sense. So we've been tracking these and keeping an eye on them, and this is one right here we were looking at earlier that did have a destructive tag on it at one point. Now it's actually gone down a little bit in intensity. Golf ball size hail with 70-mile-an-hour winds with a considerable damage tag. So we're keeping an eye on those as well. We got several storms that actually have that considerable tag associated with it. We take a look at our list of severe thunderstorm warnings. We can see that here. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is more than half, that are currently listed as considerable with a damage threat. So definitely keeping an eye on these for sure. As new storms are warned, we take a look at them and just keep everybody in the loop. So hopefully you're enjoying the night with us. Great to have everyone on the stream here. If you did not get a chance yet, please make sure to like the stream. Subscribe to the channel. We do go live every now and then for severe weather coverage. We're grateful to have you all here. Thank you so much. My name is Tim, by the way, and enjoy weather. I live in the Michigan area, so I love our 4 seasons up here, but I do enjoy severe weather. I enjoy watching it and monitoring it through means of like this. So Joe says possible gusty winds for Grand Rapids, Michigan. I would agree with that. Absolutely. Let's take a look at that radar once again and see where we're at here. Joe, am I live? Yeah, this is really me. I'm live, not a robot here. Yep, I am live. So take a look at our Michigan storms here that are moving off the lake here and onto the shore. Not seeing anything severe at the moment. We are keeping an eye on things though, just in case. Every now and then might get a little uptick in radar velocity, meaning stronger winds. For example, right here, caught this in my attention here. 40 to 50 mile an hour winds possibly coming from that storm there. And that's still over the lake. Still got a ways to trek before it gets on shore. A lot could change from now till then. Put this into motion. Let's take a look at how these storms have been doing as they cross the lake. We see that they have upticked in some intensity. So another reason why we're keeping an eye on these as they get a little bit more intense. Question is will they go severe once they come on shore? Currently nothing has, which is good news. Another severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at that one. By the way, that noise that you probably just heard is our notification to let us know when we have a new severe or updated severe thunderstorm warning. For example, there's yet another one right there. Good news is it looks like some severe thunderstorms actually were dropped. You have a new one though in Arizona and Montana. With that Montana one here. So 1 1/4 or half dollar size hail, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. National Weather Service is saying that there is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Garfield County and northeastern Montana until 9 p.m. Moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Then we have that other severe thunderstorm warning. This one is in Arizona. We had a tornado warning with this one earlier in the evening. Like a new storm is initiated to the north of that one, and that one is what is warranted. So taking a look here, we have 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail. This is moving northwest at 25 miles an hour. That's a pretty typical severe thunderstorm right there. The ones that we've been watching over here, though, in Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas area, these ones have been just really, really strong this evening. Several of them have had a damaging threat with them, destructive damage threat, that is. Currently, none of them are destructive, as in 80-mile-an-hour winds. Some of them even had 2-inch hail. They were very, very large storms at one point. Good news is they've come down in intensity. Still very strong, though. 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1.75-inch hail, or ping pong, or even golf ball size hail at times. 70-mile-an-hour winds. So if you are in the path of these storms in this area, definitely please seek shelter. If you know anybody in the area of these storms, please get a hold of them. Let them know what's coming. A lot of times they might not even know because everything out in front of these is clear and might just be going about their own, business, doing their own thing. And what they don't know is there is a storm rolling in that has very strong winds associated with it and very large hail. So definitely, if you know somebody in the area, please get on the phone, message them, call them, let them know so that they can be weather aware. Good news is, again, not seeing any rotation or anything like that, just those strong winds. And of course, we can also see the hail here as well. Another severe thunderstorm warning over here that has the considerable tag on it. This one here is in Oklahoma, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour, currently in effect until 9:45 p.m. for southeastern Craig, northwestern Delaware, and southeastern Ottawa counties. Again, all in Oklahoma. Golf ball size hail with 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If you're new to the stream here or just joined us, feel free to let us know in the chat where you're coming to us from and watching from, I should say. Love to hear from you. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Tim. I love weather and just love sharing weather information with folks, keeping everybody informed. Everybody is weather aware. Currently reside in Michigan. Do have those 4 seasons. Do love the severe weather though. Enjoy watching thunderstorms in the summertime, spring, summer, and fall time, I should say. You get them all 3 of those seasons. Sometimes, every now and then, we'll even get them in the wintertime. I can remember when I was a kid, I was outside shoveling someone's driveway, and while I was shoveling, it ended up starting to storm. I was shoveling slush, or not slush, but sleet out of their driveway because it was sleeting so hard. I was there to shovel the snow, and while I was there, it started sleeting, and next thing I knew, I had a lot of sleet. Well, in the process of doing that, it started to storm, as in we had lightning and thunder, or what some might call thunder snow, because it did also start to snow as well. So it was very, very interesting. It was the first time I experienced that as a kid, and something I'll never forget. That's for sure. If you ever experience thunder snow, it is way out there. In your mind, it's not supposed to happen. It's snowing. It should not be lightning and thundering. Joe, you've had that 3 times? Thunder snow? I think I've only had it maybe twice that I can recall. Not to say that it hasn't happened more than that, though. But it's very rare. Although, if you're Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel, apparently it's common for him. Oh, I'll never forget watching him on the Weather Channel when he has that thunder snow move through. He goes crazy. I love it. I think that's partly what got me so interested in weather, is just how cool it can be, how fun it can be. But you got to take precautions, right? You got to be safe. Even I take shelter when I know there's severe weather moving in. I've been known to step away from my desk and get to the interior part of my home because of how bad the storm is. I've done that a couple times. Here, just had an alert for possible new severe thunderstorm warning. Yep, here we go. Arkansas, good portion of Arkansas here. Inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's take a look at it. Kind of overlapping a couple other warnings, so they're kind of extending the warning, it looks like, and pushing it out here. National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Benton County, Madison County, northeastern Franklin County, Carroll County, and eastern Washington County, all in northwestern or west central Arkansas. This goes until 10:15 Central Time. This storm is moving southeast at 45 miles an hour with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. a good cluster of storms here that have just really started to gel together, and that actually might help with our severe weather down there. Because the more storms that gel together, the less energy there is for each one to pull from, and therefore then it just becomes one big blob. And the bigger it is, the less intense it usually is. So that's good news if they end up congealing together. We're going to keep an eye on that. And jump back over here to Michigan. Still keeping an eye on this line here as it moves onshore from Lake Michigan. I personally live in the Michigan area, so I am keeping an eye on that. There's also a festival going on that I heard about. I have a friend that is there, so keeping an eye on the radar for them. In the Grand Rapids area for that festival. Currently not seeing anything that's standing out for the potential for severe weather. Most likely just a lot of lightning. You can see that there with all the little plus signs there. Those are all lightning indicators, so you're aware. Not seeing anything on the velocity scan that stands out. Definitely some strong wind that's coming on shore. That's a given. Not severe criteria. Currently, it's 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. Nothing too bad. We'll probably stay on here for a little bit longer. If these storms don't end up materializing and doing anything, probably not going to stay on as long as I was originally anticipating. The severe weather count has come down to only 9 alerts currently. And when we look at considerable tag, 1, 2, 3, only 3 of those have a considerable tag on them. That's really what we've been really watching, is those considerable tags, the destructive tags. Keeping an eye on those for everybody, because those are really bad. Not saying that the severe thunderstorm in general is bad, not bad, because it is. But when we get into the considerable and destructive category, that's when they're really bad. And the difference really isn't that much. We're talking 60 to 70 for considerable, and then 70 to 80 for destructive. That's for the wind anyway. For the hail, a lot of those destructives earlier had 2-inch in diameter hail. In fact, actually, they were calling them lime-size hail. I mean, that's a pretty big hail. Lime-sized, right? And we're looking at something like this. It's kind of hard to see me on camera, sorry. Gotta get some better lighting. That'll be coming next, hopefully, as we continue to do these live streams. Got a new warning that just appeared, or maybe there was an update. Oh, there it is. Got a new warning in Illinois. The bottom portion of this line that's slowly forming as it pushes east. This is for Bloomington, just north of Bloomington. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Tazewell County, McLean County, both in central Illinois, until 10:15 Central Time, about 45 minutes. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail moving east at 35 miles an hour. I know I did that really far out. We won't go through every place because that's really far out there. But let's take a look at the next hour or so, where to expect this storm. So Colfax in about 5 minutes. Sibley in about 26 minutes. Gibson in about 27. Elliott in 36. Melvin in 37, Roberts in 44, Paxton in 51, Loda in 53, Buckley in about 56, and Cisna Park in about 70 minutes. Rankin in about 70 as well. As I continue to scroll down, you can see there's several more places. A lot of population out there. Really push that far out there. But we get the idea, right? 35 miles an hour really isn't that fast for a storm if you think about it. I've seen severe thunderstorms on average typically move around 50 miles an hour. Seen them as high as 70 and 80 miles an hour. So 35 is not really going too terribly fast. It's going to take a while to move. Even an hour across won't be that far. I'm noticing some uptick in our radar velocity in Michigan here near Lawrence. It's actually going to end up being north of Lawrence. Now we're down to only 2 considerable tags with only 7 alerts. 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's good news. Real good news. And you even notice down here in our corner that we've been watching all evening. Again, Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri. Only have 1, 2, 3, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings down here now. Before we had quite a few. Still a lot of lightning down there, though, that's for sure. Like another line of storms trying to form near Eureka, Kansas. So we might get some training with some of these storms if that line continues to form, so just something to keep in mind. So this storm here in Oklahoma has a considerable tag on it because it now has 2-inch, again, line size. Love it. In regards to how they refer to it, line size inch hail. So that's definitely quite large. Another 25 minutes on that severe thunderstorm warning, although for those that are on the backside of it, very well could see that get chopped off as things progress further east and southeast. Oh, excuse me. Once again, do appreciate everybody joining us on the stream here this evening. It's been a pleasure providing weather coverage for everyone who has joined in. Do greatly appreciate it. Again, if you like the stream and appreciate things like this, make sure to give it a thumbs up, like the stream, and also subscribe to the channel. We do go live for weather events. Not all of them, but we do try to get on for as many as we can. Hoping to do more as time progresses. A lot of your online weather folks do not live stream for just severe weather events like this. I'm glad that I did today because we did have quite a few of these storms go destructive mode. Again, 80 plus mile an hour winds with 2-inch hail. 80 mile an hour winds with 2-inch hail does a lot of destruction when you're blowing that big of a hailstone around. Did talk with someone on the chat earlier. Shrek, thank you so much, Shrek, for providing some insight. But Shrek was letting us know that he had some friends that was down there where these storms were taking place in Kansas, and they were able to confirm that yes, there was hail damage. And not only was there hail damage, but it was very large hail and very heavy winds. So Shrek was able to notify that friend that there was definitely something going on, or incoming, I should say. And they were able to get out of harm's way, get to an interior building. So that's why we do this. We want to let everybody know what's going on so that you can let your friends and family know. A lot of times people don't pay attention to the weather because they're busy doing other things. Nothing wrong with that. However, if we know something's coming, might as well let everybody know, right? Hey, here's another thing we can look at really quick while we have just a little bit of a lull here. We're down to 5 alerts now, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, only one of those being considerable in Oklahoma. But we have a situation going on in the Atlantic. Y'all know we have a hurricane out there? Let's take a look at that. Called Hurricane Ernesto. Here it is. Hurricane Ernesto, just spinning out there near Hamilton, or going through Hamilton Island. Definitely doing some destruction there. We're praying for them. Oh my goodness. It took a direct hit of this storm here as this is rolling through. Put this into motion. Oh yeah. Wow. Taking a direct hit. Like it's not a very large island there, that's for sure. Does not look like a typical hurricane, but it is a hurricane. There's definitely some rotation there, that's for sure. Once again, we're just taking a look at the hurricane that is out in the Atlantic Basin that is currently colliding with Hamilton Island. Not a very big island, as we can see here on radar. But they are taking a direct hit. Direct hit. There's your eye right there. Not a typical storm like we would typically see, where you'd see a nice, beautiful circle. A lot going on with this storm for sure, though. quite strong. I'm not sure which level it is. I just know that it is Hurricane Ernesto. If anybody knows what the category is of that, feel free to let us know in the chat. Let's take a look here, actually. Now I'm curious. By the way, I keep saying that that's Hamilton Island. It's actually Bermuda is what it is, the Bermuda Island. But they are definitely taking a direct hit for sure. So the winds of Hurricane Ernesto are at 90 miles an hour. So it is a Cat 1 hurricane currently. Category 1. But still, can do a lot of damage, even though it's a Cat 1. And it's moving northeast at about 13 miles an hour. Not very fast. Obviously, hurricanes typically don't go very fast. But the biggest thing is it is literally a direct hit to the Bermuda Island. So I'm sure we'll hear more about it as the sun comes up over there for them tomorrow morning, and hopefully this will be through by then. In the meantime, let's jump back over here to the mainland, the continental U.S. here. They'll have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings out there, 1 considerable tag. Take a look at that again in Oklahoma. Here's our considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch lime-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And this is moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. In fact, we could kind of be dealing with some training here. So it would not surprise me if we start seeing at some point some flash flood warnings or even advisories. Yeah, I do have the flash floods turned on, so flash flood watch on too. See if we get a watch out of this. That's all up there. So nothing for where our systems are currently. Whoops. So we'll have to wait and see. There could be more coming in regards to that. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning, just so everyone's aware, that is in Illinois. Like this one may have been continued until 10:15 p.m. Good news is we do see that outflow boundary happening. So hopefully that means that the storm is starting to weaken. If we look at the lightning there, the lightning has definitely calmed down from where it was. That's good news, or good news, in fact. So hopefully this cluster of storms are starting to die out. But again, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. Sorry, moving east, not southeast. It says east. Looks more southeast to me, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's time that out. 35 miles an hour. So 35 miles an hour. Here we go. Glen Avon in 11 minutes. Saybrook in 15. Lorette in 16. Bellflower in 16. McNulta in 18. Troster in 21. Harpster in 21. Lotus in 23. Osmond in 23. Foosland in 23. Proctor in 25. Going down here. Fisher in 32. Dewey in 37. Prospect in 43. Thomas Barrow in 48. And Rantoul in 49. Ludlow in 50. And Dellsburg in 55. Sellers in 58. Platteville in 59. And Gifford in 60. We can see that outflow boundary happening. As that outflow pushes, it's going to destabilize, hopefully, and cause this storm to die out. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. For Arkansas. National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, northwestern Madison County in northwestern Arkansas, southwestern Carroll County, northern Washington County, southeastern Delaware County, all in northwestern Arkansas and northeastern Oklahoma. This goes until 10:15 p.m. Central Time. And this is due to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is what I've been waiting for all evening, believe it or not, is watching for the potential for rotation here in West Michigan as these storms roll in. Yeah, there was a call out for the potential for a tornado. It was a very small risk. What we've seen in West Michigan this year is the futurecasts have underperformed, and what has actually taken place has overperformed. So West Michigan was actually in a marginal risk for severe weather, but I am now seeing potentially some rotation here. Weak, albeit, by the way, near Pine Grove. Yep, there's our inflow. We can see it on the base velocity. Again, we're looking really high up in the storm here, though. Something to keep in mind. Not really seeing it too much from the Indiana radar, which we do like to look at. Look at multiple radars, especially when there's something in the middle. This is kind of in the middle of the two radars. Keep an eye on that. Maybe something a little bit over by Bloomingdale as well. Again, we'll keep an eye on this. See what happens. We'll wait for another scan here to see if this rotation continues or if it fizzles out. Sometimes can happen. No new scan yet. Still waiting for that scan. And we still only have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of those is considerable. And has that considerable tag, that is. In Oklahoma, Rogers, Mayors, and Delaware. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's about 6 minutes left on that. We'll see if the National Weather Service continues that to the next county or if they allow it to expire. So a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Arizona. By continuation from the one that we had looked at earlier. Possibly a new one. Looks like a new one, actually. The other one was out here by Sells. But this one is Benson, near Benson, that is. This has 60-mile-an-hour winds with 1-inch hail. National Weather Service in Tucson has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Cochise. That's how I pronounce that. In southeastern Arizona until 8:45 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And 60-mile-an-hour winds with quarter-size hail. Got another severe thunderstorm warning. This one is maybe an update. Nope. Montana. Yep, up here in Montana. That storm has gone severe. That hail core has really picked up. 6-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Would not surprise to see more than 1 inch, though, just so you're aware. Looking at the radar there. But east central Carter County in southeastern Montana until 9:15. 6-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Again, though, looking at the radar, there could have bigger than that. That could just be really heavy rain, too. Hard to say. Look at the vertically integrated liquid. Yep, definitely there's our hail core right there for sure. Again, if you're in this area, seek shelter. Recommend getting indoors. That hail can definitely do some damage, not only to property, but to yourself as well. All right, folks, I was tracking over here in Michigan near Pine Grove some possible light rotation. Let's see if it's still there. Yep, to the east of Pine Grove now. Still seeing a little bit. Not much, though. Definitely a little bit of an inflow there. And we now have no considerable tags for our severe thunderstorm warnings, which is really good news. All right, that's really good news. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings currently for Arizona, Illinois, Montana, just those 3 states. That's it. And that light rotation I was seeing on radar in Michigan has pretty much dissipated. Just a little bit there still, but it is definitely going away. Keep an eye on it for another scan. Make sure it doesn't just come back up. Sometimes it'll go down in intensity and then come right back up in intensity 2 scans later, or a scan later, I should say. So keep an eye on that just for a brief moment longer. Unless we get another considerable severe weather tag, I think all of our severe weather has died down for the evening. Still have some severe weather out there, of course, but definitely not as strong as it was earlier. We don't have that considerable tag or destructive tag like we saw earlier. Definitely no tornadoes. We had 1 tornado warning the whole time we've been on. That was over in, believe it or not, Arizona. Did not see hardly any rotation on that. Didn't see anything on the correlation coefficient. There was a touchdown. It had to have been very brief. Again, just waiting for one more scan here. If anything, truly happens, obviously we're going to do our best to come back online if we can. All right. Let's take a look. I think we got a new scan in. Yep, we did. So, yeah, it's continuing to fizzle out there. Wait, one more scan here because it does look like it might have tried to do a little increase there, but we'll find out. Doing this severe thunderstorm warning down here in Illinois. Not a whole lot going on with that one either. I think it's pretty much died out, which is good. That's good news. It's definitely still a storm. Could have some embedded, 50, 60 mile an hour winds. But the overall intensity, though, is definitely a lot less. You can even see it on the reflectivity there. Definitely has weakened even more. So this time, we're going to go ahead and call this a wrap. It is not a whole lot going on here. I don't think much more is going to. Might get one or two more severe thunderstorm warnings here or there, but I don't think they're going to be anything too big. Definitely might be, severe criteria. I don't think they're going to be that, considerable or destructive tag association. So, once again, thank you so much, everybody, for attending our stream and watching today. We do greatly appreciate it. If you did not get a chance to like or subscribe, please do so at this time. Again, as we do like to go live when we can for severe weather coverage. Everyone have a great weekend. Stay safe out there this weekend. Stay dry if you can. Enjoy the beautiful weather for most of us in the United States this weekend. And you all take care. Stay safe out there, and God bless.